Good morning, everybody. So this was a not so good week. Lots of work, just work, nothing else except work. Well, of course, making the game is work, but it's fun work. I mean, like the crappy kind of work that is just like stuff that makes you not want to do anything fun because it just burns you out. Lots of tedious tasks make you tired. So I've gotten basically no work done on the game in the last week. So where the game was at on Saturday of last week is where it's at now. But I did add one thing though. I did add a type of battle to the tactical battle system, or an attack that it started off as Ice Wall, but I was able to create an attack called Containment Field. So I'll show you that. But yeah, no, I set it to be a circle for the face because my face is I've noticed in some of the streams my face is kind of in the way of sometimes the graphics or Photoshop or whatever. So I made this thing, and I set it to be kind of like a green screen in OBS, where the black would show up as nothing or transparent, and and anything inside the white circle would show up fully. So I did it on my webcam feed. So what this allows me to do is it actually allows me to make the webcam part bigger, but take up less space. So the only part that we're missing is all the junk behind me on my couch, computer parts, and take out food from last night and that kind of stuff. So let's get back into it. Something weird happened with the YouTube channel in the last few days. I have no idea why, but a few days ago, for some reason, the number of subscribers had jumped from it was 380, and it had jumped to 1,380 over the course of 4 hours, and I have no idea why. I wake up this morning and now it's at 983. In any case, more is better than less, but I don't know what's up with that. So if you see any weirdness, for the number of subscribers, your guess is as good as mine. So anyway, though, let's focus on what we came here to do today. So let's do a review of where we're at. I'm going to turn the volume to a more manageable level. Let's see here. And I did actually make the dialogue. I always go through the scene again and again, and then I'm like, oh, that dialogue sounds a little off. Let me add this little piece, and then or let me rotate the characters a little bit so they look more natural. I do it quick at first, and then I go back and revise. Commander Lexington. Cracks. It's been so long. It's good to see you. I wish it was under better circumstances. What happened here? A few days ago, we recovered a Malarian data core. It was buried in the ruins to the north. Yeah, the Origins video does have 20,000. That was nice. Yeah. Speaking of which, we need to make a trailer for Rebellion soon, and we need to announce it officially and then promote that video and everything. I just need a little bit more content before I can do that, but I'm really trying. A few days ago, we recovered a Malarian data core. It was buried in the ruins to the north. We brought it back for further study. We still haven't been able to crack it. Whatever's on the core, they want it badly. We didn't see them coming till it was too late. It turns out that we had a spy in our midst. We were ambushed. We need to evacuate. I'm sure the pigs have more reinforcements coming. Wait. Maybe Cronus 13 can try to access the data archive. Cronus 13 has shown the ability to interface with Malarian tech. I don't know, Gianna. It seems pretty risky. I know, but what do we have to lose? Fine. Sure. Let the android give it a try. Affirmative. Activating interface. But you can see with the circle, there's more. You can see more of the game, but I'm not missing from the stream either. Beautiful, isn't it? I wouldn't know. The last sunset. We had no idea what happened. The end, you've seen it. The explosion, but how? The Advena. We had the power to stop them, but the attack came by surprise. Then in one moment, all was lost. Why did the Advena attack? They sought great power, and we stood in their way. We underestimated their strength. That was our undoing. Zeron, we don't have much time. We have to interface with the Malarian data core. I know. I can sense it. What information does it contain? Let me see. Mark 1 Malarian Antimatter Assault Vehicle. I believe your creators would call it a tank. A very old design, long outdated. Maybe outdated for you, but not for us. This storage facility must have been ignored during the attack and must have been deemed insignificant. The vehicles and access to the facility are controlled remotely. The data core contains the coordinates and frequency to control the vehicles. Here, take this. You now have the information. It's not much. It might be enough. These coordinates, it's not far. Thank you, Zero. Communications array online? Yes, but we were ordered to maintain strict radio silence. It doesn't matter at this point. Echo base is toast, but we can still smoke the pigs. Fine. Lexington to all remaining members of Echo Cell. Form up. We're fighting the ESA forces. Squad will reporting. Quite frankly, sir, this is suicide. Don't worry. We have a plan. No more of us are dying today. I hope you know what you're doing, sir. Have I ever let you down? No, sir. Understood. Forming up. Sending transmission. Activating interface. Now, the first thing I'm gonna do is insert a cutscene in between that part that just happened, showing the tanks like rising up from some kind of like underground elevator thing, and then, you know, driving off into the sunset or whatever, on their way to Echo Base. They're attacking. I thought we wiped them all out. What the hell are those? So I'm going to show you the containment field before I quit. Because there's no point in fighting this battle because after it's over, there's nowhere for it to go. Okay, it's still called Cooling Laser Pulse, but I changed the name, or I made another skill that's the correct name, but it's Containment Field. And so if you can get it completely around an enemy, but even if you can't, you can still put it down, and it's basically like an energy field. And you have to destroy the energy field in order to get past it. So but for some reason the enemies power drain each other sometimes, which I don't know why they're doing that. I gotta figure that part out. This LATBS battle system has some serious quirks to it. But I can make like a different one that's not a containment field, but I can make a totally different one that's like a line. So maybe it's like energy wall or something, and that would be a strategic type of attack to add. I gotta perfect it, but I'm also eager to get to the next part of the story. So I might be refining this battle system as more battles happen, because I think in Rebellion there's going to be significantly more ground battles than in... Well, Origins only had one ground battle, but I think that there's going to be quite a few in Rebellion, because you're basically retaking the planet. And because where the plot is going to go from here, right, is that now you as the android, you have an ability that the ESA doesn't have, which is because you have that Molarian in your head, you can access all of the technology that the ESA hasn't been able to access. So, and it's, you know, peppered throughout the planet, and it is more advanced than the ESA, even though it's old. So that's what gives you a fighting chance. And now, as for who wiped out the Molarians, I was saying that maybe you find out at the end that it's the ESA. Wouldn't it be kind of a neat twist if this is just an idea? Maybe there's a better idea, but for now, I kind of like this idea. Is you don't show any specifics of the crew or anything like that, but at the end you see what the Advana ship looks like as it launched the attack on the planet, the antimatter bombs. And then wouldn't it be kind of a neat twist if it ended up being the Raven? So like in Origins, you didn't know what happened to the Raven. You were the Dauntless, and the Raven went back in time, and then suddenly everything changed. But it's not like it happened in an instant. The Raven did a whole bunch of shit in the past, and then you finally encounter it again in the present after the damage had already been done. And one of the things that had been done was that the Raven wiped out the Kalterans, which was another alien race. So the Molarians might be like the Kalterans, where the ESA wiped them out in the past so that they wouldn't be a threat in the future. Yeah, but that's kind of my idea of, because you gotta leave the player thirsting for more and wondering what happened, and then of course in the main game you're gonna find out everything that happened with the Raven and all that. But just giving the player a little bit of like, okay, I know about the Raven because I played Origins. Like, what the hell is going on here? And you know, that's kind of. But of course, it's not about the Raven. The Raven will just be like a tiny little blip in this game, but it'll leave the player wondering and thirsting for more. Hopefully. Like the players kind of be misdirected into thinking that the Advena was an alien race that wiped them out, and then you find out like, whoa, that's not possible. You know, that the ESA didn't exist during that time. You know, like that kind of thing. And then that leads you down the rabbit hole of finding out about the time travel shenanigans, which of course leads these characters to have some kind of relevance in the main game, which leads Jack and Mari to Station 11 directly in order to try to get the quantum chip, because along the way they found out more about it and more about the conspiracy and so on. That's my rough idea I'm going with. So, but what happens next, right? What happens after this exact part where Echo Base is destroyed? Okay, so I'm thinking that after this battle, we have like a scene where the ESA are gone, but you gotta abandon Echo Base because it's been found out about and everything. And the scene might be like where you're like burying the bodies or something, and like we gotta get back at them, and we gotta make it. We gotta get to that conference. We can't let them get the thing online. So maybe the next part is where you have to get to that conference, and the way that you get to that conference is you have to pretend like you're a legitimate organization, like a shipping company or something, and it's fake, it's a ruse, but in order to do that you have to pose as ESA troops or something in order to get to their computer system and falsify records to get your fake company to be able to be at the negotiating table, where you're not really going to be negotiating, that you're just using it to get to the conference so you can attempt the assassination or something like that. I'm still a little rough on it, but that's kind of like where I think I'm going to kind of go next with it. Is after this stage, you're going to try to sneak in and gather more information and also falsify records in order to you get like a front seat to the table kind of thing, where at that point you can and then attempt some kind of action. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. So we got to make the scene here. Voon Rent. And these bots, I swear. Coffee. It's coffee, but I'll be drinking some other fun sodas and such as well today. I always seem to like the ones that are only out for a limited time. And then it's like, oh, I really like this soda. I think I'll get it more. And then it's gone for like 3 months before I see it again. That seems to be a lot more popular these days, is to have ones that are like not consistently available for some reason. I don't know whether it drives up sales or something. Yep. Off by 1 pixel. Let's just keep it simple. There we go. Let's see. Okay, let me open up Canyon Purple and make it brown instead. It's an easy fix because I'm just trying to speed through this but have it look pretty decent. the famous knock knock noise that everybody uses in their game. I hate that noise, but I hear it a lot in people's games. For some reason, it's one of those sounds that it just a lot of people use it for some reason. But what I don't know, I find it kind of annoying though, like when people are like defending that like using only RTP is good, like why would you ever want to use anything besides the RTP? You know, it's like, are you serious? Like, obviously you should try to make your own custom shit, right? But like, some people don't think like that, I guess. Sound for this. Okay. Yeah, it's like if you knocked on somebody's door too hard, but people use it for like when they're walking from like one room to the other. But it's like if you went like knock knock and you like knocked too hard on somebody's door. But I don't know. One sec, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get my other soda. I'm back. Okay. The drink is Mountain Dew Spark, which it tastes like Mountain Dew mixed with raspberry lemonade or something. There's a new flavor of Mountain Dew, like almost every week. It seems like there's like 100 of them, and they come and go. So the ones I like, I really only get every once in a while. And I don't even really like the normal Mountain Dew like that much, but some of the side flavors I like more. I think one bottle is probably like $2, like $2 or like maybe even $2.50 or something. No, it's not. It's not still snowing. It usually does snow here once a year, or like one, and it like where it might be snowy for like a week or something, and that's what happened this year. But it was a lot colder than it normally is. So normally here it's Western Washington, and it's not super icy in the winter, but sometimes it can be if Arctic air comes in, and that's what happened. So the temperature, let me convert to Celsius because everybody uses Celsius. So typically, while in the winter when it snows here, and it's usually like 1 or 2 weeks out of the year, it's typically like just below freezing, like 30 degrees Fahrenheit or -1 Celsius when it snows. Normally, when it's not snowing during the winter, it's rainy all the time and about 4 to 5 degrees Celsius in the winter, and that's what the winters are like here for the most part. But we got down to -15 Celsius when it snowed here a couple weeks ago, and that caused issues for the villages because all of the water pipes and water heater exploded, because the pipes break if it gets too cold, unless you account for that, which we didn't. So we didn't think it would get that cold. But now it's back up to where it normally is for this time of year, which is around that. I mean, let me look at. So see, it's like just kind of like in the 40s Fahrenheit, and we're in the middle of winter, so. I don't know. I know this has been a rainy year or snowy year, I know we got about 2 feet of snow when it was snowing, so we got about 0.6 meters of snow when it did snow, and then of course it all melted. We also had a lot of flooding this year, so it usually gets pretty wet here in the winter. Yeah, it is ounces, 20 ounces. Which is 591 milliliters. Yeah, drinks of all kinds are bigger here. Like, let me show you. So you can get these cups at 7-Eleven that are like 100 ounces. I mean, like, I would never drink this much in one sitting, but, like, you know, we do everything big here to an extreme degree. Okay, now I need to make a scene. Throwing this together really quickly, but it'll add a nice touch to where the tanks don't just appear out of nowhere. don't have to make like the cliffs or whatever. I think this can get done relatively quickly. The part that kind of takes the longest on these maps are those are like these cliffs. No, and I don't think we need to add any because it's just we're just gonna show the tanks like speeding toward the sunset or something, like really quick. Alright, let's see what this does. Let's see what this does. Yeah, that mostly worked. The only thing that didn't work about it is when one of them drove over a tree. And maybe the pacing of the scene. To make it easy on myself, I'll just make all of these above the characters. And then now we party set location of party number 1. Actually, to be in a new map, not this map, but a new map, where they're burying the bodies. Yeah, but I have to figure out the music for that scene being like sad yet hopeful. That's how I would describe it. But you want a little bit of revenge. You're sad because you're burying some friends, and you're gonna get back at them. So having a piece of music that kind of fits checks all the boxes there is a little tough, and that's what I'm thinking about. I've got a few candidates, but not quite yet. totally looks like burial mounds. But I'll change it up a little bit. But that's kind of lucky. Making a really quick flag for Echo Cell. Because, I mean, basically, because they're not a country, they're basically like a freedom fighter or terrorist cell. So they're gonna have some kind of like slogan on the flag, and it's gonna have something to do with their name. I kind of like to translate it into Latin because it makes it sound different, but you can still translate it back if you really wanted to find out what it means. Stamus. That sounds cool. reinstall all my fonts. When I upgraded, quote unquote, upgraded to Windows 11, it erased all my fonts, even though I told it to keep all preferences. It mostly worked, but it just, yeah, they did none of the fonts carried over, and I had a lot of custom fonts. Yeah, it's the same computer, but I upgraded it to Windows 11. It's weird that it's not moving in real time though. Normally I can move around the cursor while I'm holding this down and see where it places, but it doesn't update until I stop moving the cursor. Photoshop does weird stuff like this sometimes. And I definitely don't want to use this font. I need to use my fancier fonts. I heard a noise. I was wondering where from probably outside. Okay. It won't let me use any of the fonts until they all get installed. And of course, it takes its sweet time. Yo, what's up? Actually, that's a common mistake though, that when I'm speaking to because you know a lot of companies have outsourced their like customer service to other countries. When I've had to interact with somebody from another country and they call my name, like usually from India, they'll put the H on the end, like in emails and stuff. So that is actually a common, and then they'll pronounce a little bit of H at the end after the G. Well, it's like the streams are like rolling the dice. You know, sometimes just depending on the timing, you could have 6 people or 8 people or none. It just depends. My fonts normally would show up instantly in here. There we go. There we go. Okay. It just took a minute. I'm just experimenting around with colors and stuff. Like that font. Well, I upgraded to Windows 11 because all of my clients are going to have it eventually, and I'll need to be able to support it. So I have to get used to it, whether I like it or not. Although, I do like it better than Windows 10 because, like in Windows 10, like there's like a lot of I don't know how to describe it, but the windows are like have like this weird like micro jitter to it, or like it freezes before it opens, and like the menus are all like that, and I don't know, and this feels more like if I'm using Linux or something, and it doesn't have that jitter to it, or that like jarring feeling, which is nice, and the windows open faster without. Because like with Windows 10 too, you could open the same menu 3 times in a row, and like 3 different things will happen, and it doesn't feel consistent when you're using it, and it just bugs me. And so far the performance hasn't taken a hit at all. It's been exactly the same, pretty much. I did it the other day, or yeah, I think 2 days ago. It also doesn't let me do the upgrade on my hardware because it says that it's too old, even though it's not. So I got it to work by, because you can download the Windows 10 installer and the Windows 11 installer. So what I did was I downloaded the Windows 10 installer, but then I took the Windows 11 package out of the Windows 11 installer and replaced it in the Windows 10 package, because the Windows 11 installer will double check to make sure your computer has qualifications, and then it will do it. And if your computer doesn't meet the qualifications, it just says, sorry, you can't do this. But by doing what I did, I tricked it into thinking it was upgrading to Windows 10, and then it just installed the Windows 11 package. So there was a little trickery to get it to work, but it works. it took about an hour. I know what I can do. I know what I can do if this doesn't work. Actually, that looks fine. No, this is not Echo Base. This is gonna be the scene that happens right after you defeat the enemies. These little rocks are basically dead bodies that are buried, so you're gonna be like, you know, paying tribute to the ones that died in the battle and then being like, we're gonna get back at them and blah 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 blah. You know, with the flag of the unit in the background which says together we stand, together we fight. But the part I'm trying to figure out is the exact right music for the scene, which I haven't. I got some candidates, but the track needs to be sad, but also hopeful that you're gonna get back at them for what they did to you, and you have a plan. You have hope now after great loss and suffering and pain. You know, that kind of thing. It's not going to be a very long scene, just kind of like, now we've got to do something and we've got a way to do it. Because the way to do it is because you, as the android, now have the ability to interface with this advanced Molarian technology. And obviously, since you were able to get a squadron of tanks going, it'll go to what's next. And I think what's next is a part of the game where you have to pretend, you have to like get into the ESA's like database in some way, and you know, deceive them into thinking you're one of them in order to get closer to the source of the information or something like that. And then I was thinking, you weren't on the stream earlier, Mark Harasica, but the other idea we were suggesting is that when you go through these flashbacks and you eventually find out that it's the ESA, that maybe you see the ship that initiated the antimatter, you know, attack, and then we were thinking maybe the ship is the Raven, because in Origins, the Raven went back in time and did all this shit multiple times, and that's when in an instant it changed for you as the Dauntless. So not showing the crew of the Raven, not anything to do with that, just kind of like a really low key, like, this is the ship that destroyed our people. And then, you know, in this game you won't interact with the Raven or anything like that, but it'll give the player a clue as to be like, man, what the hell was the ship doing? Because in the main game and in Origins, it describes that the Raven went back in time to destroy an alien species before they could advance to a sufficient level. And you think maybe they've only done it once, but maybe they've done it 100 times. And the Molarians are just like the latest victim of that. And then, you know, of course, in the main game, it will all get revealed as far as those details, but just kind of giving the player a little bit of thirst of what's next while tying it to the story of the game that's already been made, to be relevant in some way. Because that's what would lead Jack and Mari to go when they find out that this time travel shit is going on. That's when they are actually trying to go to Station 11 in the main game to get the quantum chip, because they know what the ESA is doing. I think it works. I think it fits. And if you were to play it as one game, it would be like one cohesive story. You know, if you played the multiple games. But you wouldn't necessarily need to play Origins to understand this game or the main game. But it would definitely enhance it. I guess I'd put it like that. Now I need little, like, First I need to edit this because we're going to release this as a tile set later, which means I can't have any of the previous... Because like some of this is original and some of this is from another set, and I kind of use it as a template and make it different. So I need to make a different version of this and just put it right over the top of this. Well, yeah, and I'm figuring out the story over time too, because I don't even know. Sometimes I don't even know what's gonna happen next. But I think that makes for a more interesting story. Yeah, the main game will have to be heavily overhauled. I haven't been working on it since I've been working on Origins and Rebellion, but I've made a lot of changes to the way I tell the story and also the combat mechanics and stuff, and so I'll have to retool the main game quite a bit, I think, but it'll be a better game for it. But I already have the sprites and all this other stuff that I've made along the way. So like later when like Everson and Archer show up in the main game and all that, all those sprites have already been created, so it'll be like really quick to like get the ball rolling once we start working on the main game again. And really easy to add like new lore into the main game because it has something to do with these games that we're doing right now. Because I have made significant changes to the way I tell the story. You can tell, like, if you play Origins versus the main game, or even if you play this versus Origins, it's the story formatting and the pacing is kind of changing a little bit, evolving. Okay, I need some like rock texture. The cyberspace part is coming soon. You can kind of, if you've seen what it looks like from previous videos, I can actually show you. I think you might have all seen it before, but it's good to review it. I'll cut that one off for now, and then we'll go to, let's see, where was the cyberspace one? Cyberspace. I actually haven't uploaded like a real like clip from my games in a while, other than that truck battle one, but I need to do a few more of those on a regular basis too. Just random parts from... Actually, maybe I can just load it, because I think I have a save file that's close. And the nice thing about the cyberspace world areas is that they are very easy to build, but they still look cool, because they don't have to match like reality or anything. Oh, here we go. The Proxima Cave. Comare Cave. Oh, but this is when you're leaving. Oh wait, maybe this. Maybe this one. Oh shit, I just saved over it. Hate when I do that. Okay. I wanna try. Farm dump, Corsair Station. And I don't remember which save files are which anymore. It's been like, what, 6 months since I've worked on this. Well, I guess I don't have a save file. But, oh wait, maybe that'll work. Oh yeah, this one might work. Oh yeah. Jane Swift. So, oh no, this is when I've already activated it. Okay, but here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. We've got a turn switch. We gotta turn 272 off, and we gotta turn 272 off. I think that's it. So we'll go 272. Oh, yeah, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. So I gotta turn 272 off. But I also have to turn off 619. Switch 619. I like Nick, how he's an old-fashioned character that still smokes cigarettes and shit. Because he was frozen for, 100 years or something. I think there's more switches than what I would care to change at this point. So, but I can show you what it looks like. See, this is the cyberspace area, and it looks very grid-like with the background. But see, I can make it where, like, if you have like a flashback that's like a scene, like a computer log file that's showing like a lab or something. I can make it look like it's part of the virtual reality and cyberspace area. So this is when you were going through how Kern came to be, and yeah, so all the cyberspace areas are kind of easy to build, but they also look cool, and it provides a different dynamic to the game. Now, the one thing that I want to do, but I haven't done it yet, is to have a cyberspace tactical battle where you have like forces inside the computer system doing crazy shit to it, you know, or something like that. That'll be cool to add at some point. Now we need to make little, oh yeah, the rocks. That's what we were doing. I need stones that I can pile on. Actually, you know what I can probably do? Maybe I'll just take the rocks that we've already made and make like really small versions of them and just stack them on top of each other in a tiny way. If I take this and just like, okay, this will take us a little bit of time, but I think that it'll actually look good and everything, and won't take too long. Rather than doing a rock texture, which will look like which will look weird compared to doing it like this. And I'm not gonna do it manually for all of them. I'm just gonna make like a few of them and then like copy and paste the cluster and move the clusters around. Doesn't look half bad. It does kind of look like a cookie. Let's see if it looks okay or if it looks like shit. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good. I might adjust it a little bit, but it's not that bad. Maybe making them a little bit more less pointy on the tops and the bottoms, but it's getting there. Other than that little dingleberry on the bottom there, it's starting to look better. wondering where this little dingleberry is coming from. Like, because one part of it is lower than the other part significantly, and then that's what causes it. It might be this part compared to this part. So I'll try something. I'll try making them completely symmetrical for just to test. Yeah, that worked. But now we have to change some stuff. Okay. Let's bring this piece back. Let's cut a piece of it off and leave it on its own. Then we go and we get this symmetrical one again. Flip horizontal. And then we take the other piece and we put it back over the top, but then, you know, to keep the rock pattern different, but it'll still be the basic same overlay underneath it. And I think that will make it look good. But we'll see. Ah, the dingleberry's back. So it's like this outer... It's like it takes the two halves of the outer edges and slaps them together or something. Whatever, I'm just gonna leave it because it's not that bad. Just looks a little too, maybe make the rock, maybe put like a rock over the center here or something so that it doesn't look like a complete clone of itself. Take that pattern, the piece of that pattern, and then just put it over the top of the symmetrical part. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe some drop shadows. be good too. And I think this is a layer I'm gonna have to do manually. We'll put it at 40% opaque. And then I'll just kind of trace around the outside here. Let's see if that makes a difference. Yeah, I think it looks good. It just needs to be bigger. And on both sides too. The way that rpgmaker draws these tiles is sometimes confusing to my brain when I'm making stuff like this, because it's the way it calculates it is different than the way it's drawn. So like sometimes it might cut like this piece and then connect it to this piece, where you didn't like your brain isn't like figuring out how those two pieces hook together. You're just thinking about how it looks as one piece. So it's just kind of weird. And now we have to have little like headstones or something for him. But like sci-fi headstones, not the Christian kind with the cross. And not like a traditional tombstone, maybe like a digital tombstone or something. I'll make it a maximum of 48 width by 96 height. But it won't be fully 96. Yeah, I want to make it look like a futuristic tombstone of some kind. And I like that idea of the, like, maybe like green writing on it that is flashing around and stuff. Yeah, or what I could do is I could have like the like a semi-transparent version of the character set that looks like it's being projected, like right above the body, right where the body would be. Like if you had like a holographic projection of the person. But the problem is I would have to make different troopers so they didn't all look like the same person. But that would make the graveyard look a little bit more dramatic, I think. So maybe we'll do that. Because in any story where you have some kind of crazy empire and lots of war and death and stuff, drama is always good for that kind of story. So we'll go to Rebellion. So let's get the trooper. Let's for now use the same trooper image just to test it. We'll use the one that's armed because it looks more. So then now what we'll do is we'll make him 75% as transparent. And then maybe we colorize it to be like make it look like a hologram. But you know what we'll do for this? We'll make it a we'll make it a tiny version of one of these that I've made before. A projector, a little projector with light, and the light is the hologram that we just made, and we can see how that looks. I think it'll look good, actually. That's okay, I gotta go to the tile set where I've got it's a certain one I like with the little triangular power source. And we'll make a mini version. God, that's so easy to lose track after a while. Oh, here we go. These guys. Miniature version of this. We'll make it 50% as big. %, by 400%. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we'll replace, we'll make it look like it's gently glowing. Oh, there we go. Actually, here's how we'll do it instead. I'll go back and this way we can remain consistent. I'll just select the colors and then hue them all the same amount of hue. Each thing. Uh-oh. Plus 20. Then we duplicate again. And then I'm going to do the lighting effects to make it look like it's glowing. And I think that'll do the trick. I wonder what this is gonna look like when it's on top of the rocks like that. Well, we might have to adjust if no, the LETBS plugin is the tactical battle system. The glowing comes from a plugin called Nova lighting plugin made by Killer Jin. Direction fix, you can go through them, and they are above the characters. So now, after the battle, okay, so the tank scene, okay, so So with the tank scene, we're gonna switch back to party 1 after the battle is over, but we're gonna set party 1's location to be the grave rather than Echo Base where they were. Party set location, party 1 to map. This is map 611. And we want to kind of be here at the end, but we want to go 6 back from that so that we can have all the characters like standing around. Actually, you know what I should do? It's going to be a little bit harder, but I think I want to make it so that the player appears here, but you still have all your team members on your team, but not moving the whole party at once. That way I have to make separate characters here for each party member, but they can kind of cinematically I can make them do individual things better. Because when I try to make because a lot of times I take the quick way out where I make the party, like, I do the, like, all characters pan out common event. But sometimes when a specific character wants to talk, they're kind of stuck in, and you can't actually make that individual character talk because you don't know whether that character is follower 2 or follower 4 or follower 5. It'll look good though. We'll make it work. Okay, so map 611, 1415. Gotta change actor images back to normal. And then we're gonna do an auto save right after the battle is over so that we can just start working on this scene immediately after the battle and then not have to play the battle again each time. Yeah, the human centipede thing kind of is a problem in a way, but it's not that bad, but there's ways around it, but it's also inconvenient. So, I will be doing an example of that right now. I've already done a scene like that at Scrap Springs, so I'm just gonna copy and paste them. From Scrappy's. Team 001. Okay. I think I'm gonna make the Gianna standing on that side so you can see her implant. Yeah, but the nice thing about the circle camera is that it actually I can already see it takes up less space on the screen. You could see more of what's behind it, and at the same time I was able to make it a little bigger because the box wasn't so big around it. So it's like a win-win, you know. straight up, he's just called T17. Lexington 01. But see, this is what I mean. Like, I can make each one of these guys have their own expressions and walk around however I see fit to make it like a cutscene. But you can see how instead of easily with them all being in my party and just kind of spreading them out with one command, instead, like, they can individually do what they have to do, but it takes a little longer to set up. But in a scene like this, it seems like that's what we would want to do, right? So instead of 1415, I'm thinking 1419. First thing we do is I want to make it so the camera starts here and then pans down slowly as the music is kind of doing its thing. So since you're going to be here, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So the first thing we do is move the camera up by 16 at the fastest speed we can, because right now the screen will be black at this time, so we want the camera to start where it needs to. So then we wait until... Let's wait for 2 seconds. And then scroll the map down by 16. Probably more like 14, actually, at a slow speed. That's pretty slow speed. Then we fade in the screen, or no, we tint the screen. And we make it take 3 seconds. Wait some more. K-Night Dude, Lexington. We have him say something. Yes. They will always be remembered. Oh, I gotta put a little bit of glowy light on there for the device that's projecting their grave. This glowy color. Index. And I think making these guys glow the same way would be good too. Maybe make them a little bigger. And I'm sure that we'll have to adjust this map a little bit to make the scene fit in the right way or whatever, but we're just, I mean, we're doing this raw right now, so we'll just see what it looks like and adjust as needed. And maybe we take away the front graves and we put something else there because we can't fit the characters above it with the flag behind it. But I'm thinking like mementos or something that are stacked here, or a little statue or something. I don't know. It'll look a little bit sparse for now.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we've got here. We have a lot of variables. A lot can go wrong, but I'm just gonna do the battle, and then I told it to autosave immediately after the battle, so we can keep reloading it at the next scene that we're in, which we're past this part of the game at that point. We also added some scenes for the bunker itself, or that when you are launching the tanks, there's a little cutscene of the tanks actually driving and all that as well. That's a nice wholesome scene. I like that scene. Okay. The data core contains the coordinates and the command codes for a group of Molarian assault vehicles. Can we use it? Is your communications array still online? Yes. But we were ordered to maintain strict radio silence. It doesn't matter at this point. Echo Base is toast, but we can still smoke the pigs. Fine. Lexington to all remaining members of Echo Cell, form up. We're fighting the ESA forces. Squad 1 reporting, quite frankly, sir, this is suicide. Don't worry. We have a plan. No more of us are dying today. I hope you know what you're doing, sir. Have I ever let you down? No, sir. Understood. Forming up. Sending transmission. Activating interface. Oh, one of them got stuck on the bushes, but I know why, and I can fix it without restarting. I thought that tank scene looked pretty cool. I think this music track fits this battle pretty well as well. I gotta fix that explosive mortar attack, make it more powerful. The enemy's doing 0. I think the power drain noise is it's pretty cute. Scarab trifecta. I thought that was a good, cute name for him. 3 of them that are, you know, as one enemy. Having a significant number of these tactical battles as well would make the game significantly longer too. Because I do have a tendency to just focus on the next part of the story as like my bias in a game. But sometimes strategic gameplay in the right places can make it seem like more of a longer journey. Nice. It actually does look like a holographic graveyard. Maybe the lights are a little too intense for some of it, but it kind of looks good. Except the soldiers also don't look transparent enough. I need to make them more transparent. I know those drones are called scarab drones. So they are drones that look like beetles, kind of. So they're called. So 3 of them is called a scarab trifecta. That's just what I call them. I gotta do followers off. God, I hate how Windows takes forever to do this. I don't. All the files are indexed and everything. It's just if it's too many small files, Windows just can't handle it, and it takes it forever. Now, and then with the flag, we need to make the flag look more like a real flag rather than like a perfectly digital flag, if that makes any sense. Like fabric and like with a little bit of folding in it or something, but I'm not very good at that. I don't really know how to do it off the top of my head, other than adding a really light cloth. Actually, yeah, maybe I can add a very transparent cloth texture to it. Like folded cloth. Yeah, like something like this. Or something like this. Something like this looks very flag-like to me. So let's download it and then let's see. That's almost there. I really do think, but maybe no. In the Windows index, there's no specification on that it won't index files that are a certain size. Look, if I go to indexing options and I go to C drive and storage drive, which is the other drive, I told it not to exclude any files. And I go to advanced, and you can talk about file types. You can talk about anything really. Other than you can't tell it doesn't have anywhere where it actually says that it won't service images that are or files that are smaller than a certain size. So technically it's supposed to all be indexed, but it's not. It doesn't do it properly. Also thumbnails as well. A lot of times, like the thumbnail for something doesn't show up until like I open the menu like 2 additional times or something. It's really annoying. Now the issue as well is that the folding has to make sense on top of the blue as well. So here's what we can do, actually. Let's merge the black hole thing. Let's merge the black hole thing with that thing. And then we select yeah, then we duplicate this. We put it directly underneath that. And then we delete everything that's not on the blue stuff. And then we put this above the blue and we tint the flag blue for this only this part that's cut out. Ah, yes, there we go. The only issue with it is that it just seems a little bit too like bright or punchy. And I don't say that very often. Okay. Maybe it just needs to be no. Okay. Maybe I just make it, yeah, okay. That might be the ticket. Making it a little bit more transparent. Yeah. Right, but that's what I'm saying is that there is no setting for defining the sizes of files that are being indexed. It just indexes all items unless you exclude folders. Maybe if I tell it to delete and rebuild the entire index. But maybe that'll help. Yeah, the file types that I'm trying to index are in there. But hey, this time it did it a lot faster. So maybe rebuilding the index is what does it. Or what is what's doing it. So 1,000 and okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do a calculator here, so I'll do 5 times 48 instead. So 240 times 3, which will be 720. So set this to 720. And then we go back to the flag, the whole echo cell flag. Make the new one. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, yeah, there'll just be. Oh no, actually, God, this sucks. Okay. Okay, I'll just do it over again. Okay, image size. We'll do. 48 times 48 times 5. So we want it to be 240 across. 240 across by probably 144 high. Oh, no. Maybe if I just retype it at a smaller typeface and then ooh, I think that one probably looks the best. I think. Okay, but here's the other problem. I gotta take away the writing from this one. this looks like now. Nice. Well, let's see if it actually is changing the event. The autosave might be doing the problem where it doesn't have the updated version of what I make after I've made the autosave. Oh yeah, okay, it's working. I need to make the flag probably look more faded. And a little thing, maybe like little clips on the top of it, so that it's like hanging from the rocks. Like, I know what to use as a clip. From previous images. Here we go. I'll use these as a clip. See, it's like after you've made like a couple tile sets, you can like take pieces of your tile sets and turn them into other pieces like really easily. The hardest was like right at first, when you're just having to make nothing from scratch. I know, but I think that the holograms can look even more eerie if I make them look like slightly different people, so that they are more individualized. Okay, I think I can do this at the map level. The little flag clip thing. I'll put it on here. I'll do it on this one. On this broken whatever tile set. Okay. Make it brown like the rest of it. Okay, I also think I know what I need to do is these things. I need to make a replica of these things for all levels, because I think I'm gonna do the flashlight effect, where it looks like there's a flashlight shining up that's creating the projection rather than a circular glow around it. And for that, this thing has to be facing direction up instead of just one direction. Normally I just do one direction because I don't need to make all 4 frames the same. But with the flashlight lighting effect, the flashlight points in whatever direction this is, so I have to make down, up, and left and right all exactly the same for this one specifically. So now we have to delete them all. Except one. I have to remember how to do a flashlight once Now these indicate how long and wide the flashlight is, so I'll just have to do some trial and error. And we want this thing facing up. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna work on the flag in a little bit, but I'm thinking about these holograms for now. Oh, I am taking my time. This is, you know, the part I actually like doing the most is the story stuff, making the like scenes play out in a certain way and having like the dialogue and crap. Okay. So let's have this guy not have as much of a fire around him. And we need this flashlight to be longer, actually. Let's see. Nice, except it doesn't need to be that long. And then maybe if we even take the light all like away in general for that, and it's just the light coming from the flashlight. So instead of 10, let's set this to 5. Let's see. The angle is still off. Okay, it's getting better. We'll go with 7, 9. I know, because I kind of the story parts are basically, in my view, like you're making a movie, except you're in control of all the actors and you're in control of making all the sets and everything like that. So it's but of course it's more limited in a way. You're not making like a real movie, but it's like making a movie. It's like a simplified version of a movie with gameplay in it. Okay, so the projector is looking better and better. I still feel like it's a little too long, though. Yeah, the flag, I have to make it look more like cloth or something. Like, I have to give it... It's not done yet. Let's just say that. Okay, I think that's about right. That's about right. So, here's what we'll maybe do. Let's get rid of these troops. Let's give them a little bit of variation. And I think that'll make a big difference, having them stand in different poses and stuff. Like, we'll put a few of them as this trooper, because obviously a lot of them do look the same. One sec, somebody's at my door. All right, I'm back. Yeah, because I can just take some, since they're going to be half transparent, I can take some like generic civilian characters and just, since they'll look like they're part of the troops, but they're not. To get some canites and phelites in there. But yeah, I think them looking individualized is gonna make the scene look a lot. It's gonna make it look less eerie and more like reflective or whatever. We got another robot friend. Yeah, I'll use this one. So this is taking a little longer than but it'll look good, I think. I think it's going to really look good when they're all individualized. Yeah, the index rebuild did help. I didn't think that that would make a difference, but it did, I guess. I actually cook pretty often. I usually tend to like to make like stews or really something really hearty, meat and vegetable type dishes. I don't usually do deep frying or anything like that, personally. I'll often use just a little bit of butter or oil to, not vegetable oil actually, I never use vegetable oil or canola oil. I use either butter or bacon grease or olive oil. I steer clear of the factory produced vegetable oil. Or corn oil or any of those really like highly processed oils. I think we're getting pretty close now. Alright, let's see what this scene looks like now. After we made like what, like 20 of them? Okay. They really do look like they're projected, though. Now we gotta work on this flag, because this flag looks like it's jarring. Let's see if we just make it more faded. Or maybe I need to actually adjust the levels instead. Make the maybe if I do something like that and then I fade it out. Let's try a subtle approach and see what that's gonna look like. Also, these things have to be 1 square higher. It's looking a little better, actually. But it needs to have some waviness on the sides or something. But it looks a little better when it's faded out a little bit. Maybe if we made it a little darker too. Oh yeah, and we do this. Maybe we put one of the projectors below the flag, and then we make the flashlight bigger. See what that looks like. But we want to make the flag a different flashlight color for the flag. Maybe the orange from this floor. like that, but I need to make the light wider. Okay, I made it taller, but not wider. So more like 7 and 13. Okay. No. 9 and 13. The way the angles on this flashlight thing work is weird. I feel like both of them affect how wide and cone shaped it is. Like I would have thought a simple XY system would have been what it is, but it's not really. Wider. Trying to make it wider. Yeah, it is looking better, but it's not quite there yet, but it's getting there. If it could wave, if it could just do a little bit of waving, it would probably look a lot better. The first thing I have to do is turn followers off. Where's the auto event running from? Oh, here we go. Put it right here. And I want to see what happens event is over and you can walk around. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. They definitely look like they're being projected. I want to see what the orange reflection on the blue characters looks like. I just want to see if it looks weird or if it looks good. No, I think the blue looks better. I think I need to fade out this flag a little bit more too. But not like that. It needs to like maintain its like harshness but get darker. Something like that. Let's see what it looks like now. I think it is getting better, actually. The only thing I kind of want to do, though, is make it so that the scene looks. So maybe if I get rid of these two graves, and then we have the characters standing like significantly further up. But this is going to have to require me to fight the battle all over again. But I'm not going to do that. So I'll just see if I can get away with it as the very first event. 14, 15. 14, 15. The only thing I'm wondering is why Cracks is standing above. Oh, that's why. For some reason, his got set to above. Vom Red. Another bot. Now I'm going to build out the environment a little bit, because we do not have an environment. But I have a problem where certain parts are showing up underneath the ground, so I need to see if that part is fixed. And then yeah, see the plants are still here, even though I can't see them on the editor. Oh. See if it's fixed now. Ah. There's I know how to fix it. It's just like really annoying. Because the trees are set to above characters as like their passability, but the floor is set to be the same level as the characters, and the floor for these cliffs is layer B, not layer A. So layer B is set to be the same level as character, and then a layer C or whatever is set to be above that. So it's kind of like you're not meant to make the floor as a B layer, and that's why you get that kind of bug. Okay, good. Now we put plants. Sister 19. That's funny. Sometimes these bots crack me up. Sister 19. Come on. That might be a good name for an Android character. Sister 19. Maybe an android that's religious. See what the environment looks like now. I don't actually always focus whenever I'm picking tracks. I actually focus mostly on the melody, that it has a catchy melody that you can remember, and then the rhythm and bass has to be good for like looping as well. So I search for something with a really good melody that can get stuck in your head, and then loopable. Hmm. What the hell is this? Oh, weird. Must be a Windows 11 thing. I'm gonna try something a little bit fancy that I'm not used to. I'm gonna try to get one of those plants to look like it's like waving in the wind, like just ever so slightly. Oh, I made one slight mistake. I have to do it as nearest neighbor so that it doesn't get blurry when I edit it. This might make it look really good, but it being so simple. And if so, then I can do this for a lot of other plants too. I think it'll add a lot of it'll make the environment look sexier. So that was a two-step process, and let's see if it looks like shit or if it looks good. Okay, let's see what this looks like. I'm wondering. Kinda. I think it would actually work if I just made it move a little bit less. It's kind of, and, you know, if I wanted to get fancier, I'd probably have to make the branches individually move a little different. But, yeah, that is kind of interesting. I think maybe if I just do it a little more subtly, I think it'll work. And then I think it'll look better if I do it with the other plants too. But I'm just gonna try this out with a little bit more of a subtle swaying of that plant, and I think it'll look better. It'll look doable. Yeah, but I have to make the bottom move a little bit too. No, that looks worse. So I have to move it only from the top. Because if I move it from the bottom, it makes it look like the root system is moving out from under it. Now I'm trying to make it move from just the one corner rather than moving from the center part of it when I'm distorting it. So we're just testing that. And I'm trying to get it all done in 3 frames because, you know, you could make a really intricate one, but then how long is it going to take you to make all future plants? And so that's why I kind of, a lot of times I stick with the 3-frame animation unless I really can't do it. Just because it's like you can get something going like quick that looks pretty good, but you just gotta be kind of careful. That produced a little bit of a different effect. I still think the original was the best one, but that's kind of interesting too. Maybe maybe just a slight distortion further to the side on the last one. This will be good when it's done, though, because we can reuse these in any part of the planet, and it'll make it look like it's more alive as a planet. I think I'm just gonna go back to. Oh, but I didn't try this corner. I tried every corner but that corner. Now let me try. It doesn't seem like the corner that would make sense, but actually maybe now that I think about it. It's getting closer. It is getting closer. That might be... I mean, that might be good enough. And maybe it only looks weird because the other plants aren't moving. So if I apply the same principle to, say, this yellowish plant, let's try that. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks kind of funny, but I think what would make it look better is if the individual branches could move around a little bit, but it's easier to do the individual branches on this one though, so maybe we'll try that. It looks like it's dancing because the position of the branches doesn't change. So it's just swaying back and forth in an awkward fashion. Now I moved to just one branch, and of course it's only going to be that branch, but let's look at like what it kind of looks like if we do something more like that. Great. Yeah, we're making the plants try to move. Yeah. Even though I have to adjust it, it already does look like the branch is moving a little bit rather than the whole thing staying as a static unit or distorting. But it is a little bit more work. Start with a fresh one. And even the smallest change comes off as being really pronounced. So let's just not go overboard and let's take it lightly. And we'll animate each branch and then a little bit, just a little bit, and then we'll animate it just a little bit with a copy of itself, so that the branches look like they're flowing from one thing to the other. Yeah. Make a copy of it. And then we do the same thing again. try that. I bet that's gonna look. I bet it's gonna look better. Looks a little fucked up, actually. I can see the potential, but the branch that looks the most fucked up is actually the one on the left. And the rest of the branches look okay. And then the grass on the bottom doesn't move at all, and that's a little bit awkward too. But it is looking more like... it is looking a little better, though, actually, like, overall. No, it looks weird. It looks weird. I think 4 of the 5 branches look good, and then the grass looks like shit. One sec, my cat's crying for food. Alright, I'm back. Okay, back to square one. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just stick with the simple, ever so slightly distorting sway. We're just gonna keep it simple and then do it to all the plants. It's not going to be perfect, but it's what it is, right? Yeah, other than the grass, it looks okay. It's a very subtle swaying. But the grass, it doesn't sway enough for the grass. No, the grass still doesn't look right. The problem with that plant is the grass, I think. Like when it's a static plant, it looks fine, but well, yeah, I think they're happy for now, the cats. Yeah. for now. Who knows about 5 minutes from now or an hour from now how they'll feel. Yep, cats do sleep a lot. They naturally do. They have to be ready for the hunt. That one's a little better. But maybe what we can do is if we get like the base layer of the grass. And we put it as an underneath layer. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, well, I might have to worry about animating the plants later. For some reason, it's hitting my OCD wrong right now. So... Are you referring to giving them an extra row of space per head? Is that what you're referring to? Well, we work on what we gonna be working on. But yeah, I am planning on getting to the story. Thinking about what they're gonna say. I think after he says his short little exit speech thing, that now they're gonna be kind of talking in passing about their next plan, about what they are gonna do next. So. Yeah, well, what if we tried, because right now the light just shines on them, but what if we made each one a slightly different color? I tried orange, but it actually cancels out because this bluish color is like the opposite of orange. So it makes it look like there's no light at all. When I just tried that like a little while ago. But what if we made like some that are more green and some that are more purple? Or something like that. Let's try that. So we're only experimenting with 2 at the moment, but we're going to give them different colors and see what it kind of might look like. Okay, so that one has the same, that Android has the same color. Okay. It just looks a little bit off. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my phone. Just make sure there wasn't any emergencies. Yeah. That looks kind of cool. And now let's make some different ones. Some that are more greenish. They do kind of look better when they have a little bit of a different color per one. had about 14 texts since I decided to do the stream today. Alright. Probably shouldn't have turned my phone on. Like, I can't go 5 minutes without people needing me for something, or needing me to fix something, or needing them to call back. Like, it's really frustrating that it's just... It always happens when I turn my phone off, too, where I'll get like an unusually higher volume of calls if I decide to turn my phone off. So, let's just keep working on this, though. And I am thinking about the story as I'm doing this, because I'm not just focusing on the graphics. Even though it looks like that, I'm kind of thinking about what comes next while doing these graphics. I think I accidentally made it the same color as the other one. No, I didn't. It's just different. The different colors are making it look kind of dreamy. Well, yeah, I mean, people are going to message me with their issues, that's for sure. Just sooner or later. Yeah. But sometimes I miss just kind of doing my own thing, being my own person, without having so much of other people's burdens and responsibilities on top of me. It gets kind of exhausting sometimes. And then it's always like an emergency, like gets dropped in my lap at the last minute. And then, oh my god, I need you to, I'm having this, and it's just like, figure it out. Sometimes is how what I feel like saying. So let's see here. But yeah, increasingly more and more, I just like being alone more, like, because at least I won't get hassled, you know. It's basically my thoughts these days. Because, like, most human interactions I have with other people are, hey, Doug, can you do me a favor? Hey, Doug, I need something. Hey, Doug, can you give me money? Hey, Doug, can you fix my computer for me? It's usually, very rarely is it just, hey, hi, how's it going? How are you doing? Yeah, so there's downsides to being useful, I guess I put it like that. Oh yeah, no, I understand that, but it's just annoying sometimes, like, just because of the sheer volume of calls sometimes just overloads me. And every time the phone goes off, I know somebody needs something from me. So, it's, yeah. But you know what? It could be a lot worse. And it is for a lot of people. But it is, this scene is looking a little bit more dreamy with each, it doesn't have to be each grave having its own color, but like the multicolored kind of does make it look like a an interesting like funeral setting. They all look like pillars of light. Oh. When it just crashes like that. It usually crashes when I hit the save button. Like, that's a lot of times when it crashes. It's kind of weird. Oh, wait, that's normal star shift. This guy can be pink. The multicolors look so cute. It's like Christmas lights. I do think this game is going to be enjoyable once it's done. I'm aiming for it to be a little longer than Origins 2. Like, I really want this to be like a... I really want this one to be like around 10 hours long. Rather than like around 5. If possible. And maybe like $8 instead of $5. And then, of course, upping the ante in terms of storytelling while that's all happening, too. Yeah, it's looking very cute and multicolored. Except I've got a purple next to a purple next to a pink, and the pink looks better than the purple, so I need the yellow. I think I'll make that one yellow. The problem is there's not enough colors out there, you know, like, you know, our eyes can only see so many. There needs to be more. Maybe we can make cyborg eyes that can see twice the number of colors. And then we can install them. No, I mean, it'll be 10 hours with the gameplay and the story, but like if you just blew through the story alone, it might only be like 5 hours, but with the gameplay, it doesn't have to get progressively more difficult, but it does take up a chunk of time. Like, so for example, right now the playtime is showing up as 1 hour and 4 minutes. Well, before you fought the tactical battle, it was 52 minutes, right? So a battle, even if you know exactly how fast it is, it takes up a significant amount of the gameplay. So if you had only story and no battle, your game would be like way shorter. The battles are kind of a way to lengthen it out a little bit and to make the player kind of go through something before they can get something. Like, you can't have everything in the world be instant gratification, right? So it's kind of the angle I think I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's looking very nice and dreamy. But I think that yellow one is too bright for that character. Maybe we need to make the yellow darker in general. Because it seems a little bit too sunny delight right now. Unos domus, una pugnamus. Together we stand, together we fight. Through life and death. The pigs are going to pay for this. Yeah, now here's where we can get a little fancy with the story. We can get where she is gonna take one step forward. Yeah, I'll get it figured out. Let's see. Go make that one red. Pink. We'll do the story at the same time as we're testing that too, so that we got a little variety in there. The scene is progressing. It's going good. I like this scene so far. But so far, the game is ending up like what I have said from the start. This game is more it's more psychological. Origins was more like action, and this is more like psychological / drama almost, rather than straight action. It's electrolyte beverage. That's what it is this time. I like it because it's less sweet than Gatorade, but similar to the reason for drinking it. Because I'm not, other than straight soda, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Like I don't really like eating like cake or frosting or cookies or anything like that. I do, if it's there in front of me, I'll have one, but like I usually don't buy them or anything like that. But savory food like a burger or some steak or a stew. Sign me up. Cheese and eggs. Heavy food. Although I don't really eat a lot of fried, like deep fried stuff, like on my own. Like I won't like make breaded chicken wings or anything like that. Like I don't really deep fry things, but I like them. But for me, for me, I've been getting more productive during the logs, but every other day, besides Saturday, is getting filled up more and more and more. So, like, usually I'd be able to pepper in like 2 to 3 hours a day during the other days that weren't the log, but it's just getting so busy that this is my only day that is like where it's at like half the volume of calls that I get is on Saturday. I got like 10 I gotta get back to, but I'm gonna ignore it until I'm done today. Today I kind of feel like I'll probably be able to make it to like the 7-hour mark or something like that. I feel like I got a good 30 to 40 minutes left in me. There must be other places. There must be other... defeated them because of Cronus 13's ability. There must be other places where sites, or there must be other situations. There must be other secrets. Secrets we can unlock as a result. I kind of like that. Sounds good. And I think this is where Lexington will depart the party. Guys, he's not part of your team. We made him a Cainite because he has connections to other Cainites, right? So he will leave at this time to go find Admiral Bernard. You know, and Admiral Bernard will show up at the conference or something like that, willing to help. But then, by talking with you, he decides to help you, but his government ordered him to stand down. But he knows too much now, and he has to help you. And then that's what is the justification for, like, later in the main game, you know, when the news says, you know, Admiral Bernard was removed from his command for sedition and treason by going against the Cainite Alpha, you know. But why would he do that? You know, he's a loyal, good officer, and it's because what he discovers after interacting with you, and Lexington makes the connection, he has to act. He just has to. Because Bernard is the leader of the Outer Rim Coalition, you know, in the main game. And he's gonna, like, die or something. I think I'm gonna make Admiral Bernard be, like, a nice beloved character, and then he dies, and then that's when you as the player kind of take over as the next like the next one in charge because of, you know, what happened. But you can't just become the leader of that movement, like, right when you get introduced to them. So that's why in the main game, you know, he's the leader for a while, but he becomes a target so much so that he gets assassinated or something, and then, you know, you take his place. Why does my lore have to be so cloak and dagger? I'm just kidding, but it kind of is. Who else would speak up next? Probably Jack would say something. Yeah, and I might have to redo him too, like redo his face to make him look better and stuff, because he was my first dog character. And I kind of like him, so I haven't changed him, but I think I can make a better version of him now. My technique with these canites is I look for clip art that's like, that's freely available clip art. This is what I did for Archer as well. Look for clip art that's like school mascots, like the Timberwolves or something that's a dog or something that's an eagle, and then modify it a little bit and put a shirt on it, and then you've got, you know, a canite or a avian. And you could do different birds too, so like the avians, some could look like ravens, some could look like eagles, some would look like a blue jay, and you just slap a shirt or slap some armor on them, and it actually looks like a animal person, you know, or a furry. So I'm just trying to think of quick ways to get it done. And the aliens are easier, like I can use my face generator to make aliens because there's like no rules when you're making random aliens. But Lexington, for example, is an illustration of a wolf. I modified him, put some clothing on him, changed his eye color, and then, you know, we have a unique character. The one thing that takes a little bit of a backseat, though, and some people care about this a lot, I don't care about it as much, but some people are really OCD about it, is the downside of the art style, that the way that I do things in this game, how I make everything in the game, is that the art styles for everything is a little off, a little different. So sometimes the sprites have a little different art style, sometimes the environment and the way that the rocks are drawn have a slightly different style for each thing. Sometimes the plants look more pixel art, and then sometimes they look a little bit more photorealistic. And I think that I can get away with it for this exact type of game, like a sci-fi, where, you know, yeah, if you went to an alien planet, it really would look different from your planet, you know. And so I can kind of like get away with it a little bit. And I actually use the lighting plugin as a way to mask it too. So the lighting plugin carries a lot of weight on its shoulders to actually make different art styles look like they're a similar enough art style when they would normally look starkly different without any like dust in the wind or without any like light kind of influencing the environment in general. So it's something I try to be as consistent as possible, but the way that I do things by kit bashing everything, it's quick, but the downside is that the art style is not 100% consistent. Like you can tell that, you know, when you look at the characters' faces, for example. You know, the sprites look pretty consistent-ish, but when you're looking at the faces, you can tell that that all of them were kind of made like by different people, but they don't look like totally off base. But you can tell it wasn't like the same artist made any one of these faces. Like I made her face. I did not make his. I did make his. I did make Cronus's. I didn't make Jack's. I did make Mari's. I heavily modified Cracks, but I got him from an open source image of a rock golem character and put clothing on him. I did make Gianna. I did make Soren. I did not make T-17, although I did change his visor. So his visor used to be vertical, and I made it horizontal. And the color used to be green, and I made it orange. And so, and I don't think my faces are bad either, but I also like when other people make faces too, and they look good too. So, but again, like, if you're really OCD, you will realize that this face is a different art style than this face, is a different art style than this face, is a different art style than that face. And some people flip out about it. But I think for a sci-fi, it works. Oh man, this scene feels like ancient history now. Like, we've been thinking about these guys' funeral, but even 20 minutes ago, this was the part of the game you were in, so. It is interesting to play it when it's actually done, because it does flow pretty well, but when you're doing like a devlog and you're fixating so much on one scene over and over and over again, it feels like you don't know how it's gonna flow. But then when I play it over again and I play all the way through, I'm like, yes, like this feels like it's fun to play. I always try to imagine that I'm the player and I did not make this game. I imagine that I didn't make this game. Let's say that somebody else made this game and they came to me and said, Doug, you got to try this RPG out. It's really cool. Somebody else, so-and-so made it. Okay, sure, I'll try it out. Would I enjoy it? Would I like it? Would I want to quit right away? Or would I be like, I got to keep playing to find out what would happen? I do think I would want to keep playing to find out what would happen. And all I'm doing is I'm making a game that I would enjoy to play. A game that I don't see very often. And if I downloaded it from somebody else and I randomly popped it in and decided to give it a shot, I'd be like sucked in. And that's the type of game I'm trying to make. But I can understand if you weren't me, you were somebody else, this game might not appeal to you. It might even be a niche game. But so far, I'm really happy about what we've put out there as a release so far. Because we have one release under our belt right now. And it was a 3-month development schedule. And it did not have a single negative review. Other than a review that looked like it was positive and they hit the wrong button or something from one of the curators only. And so I think that it's only uphill from here. We just have to keep the quality high and not rush it, but also get it done fast enough and just keep building the franchise. Because I can make multiple games like this that are like Star Trek episodes, but right now the focus of these is to enhance the main story and make the main story make more sense. But even after, like, let's say after Rebellion we decide to go back to the main story next. Well, that doesn't stop us from making more games after the main story. Like, let's say we finish the main story. It might have a higher price than the episodes. It might be, $15 or something. And the episodes might be like $5 to $8. And then you can actually make new episodes that are just like self-contained Star Trek episodes or Starshift episodes where you explore a whole new scenario, a whole new situation, just like, any other sci-fi. But it's done through a game, Because I do think that what I think we have to offer is that I feel like in a lot of ways storytelling has taken a downhill in recent years in video games. Sure, you have like a lot of really good games with great stories, but like where you really care about the characters or you really care about the outcome, or where it sticks with you, where like 10 years later you're like, yeah, I really like that story. I feel like those kind of games are getting less and less over time, like on average. And And people always reminisce about, oh, well, they've gotten worse, and then they keep buying it. And it's not that they've gotten worse. I mean, there's more choices than ever. I think that what's happened to the games industry is kind of the same thing as the movie industry and the music industry, where, you know, there's music out there that's the best music you would ever love to hear, but maybe it wasn't marketed, so you never found out about it. If you did find out about it, you would fall in love with it, but you never found it. Whereas in the past, you know, especially with video games, there was not a lot of choices. If you think about it, on the older systems, there was maybe only a couple hundred games total. And now there's millions of games. So there might be the best game you'd ever play that you just never found out that was out there. Just like the best music that you won't find out is out there. So it's not like things are worse or getting worse, but finding something that you would like is getting harder. But when you had 700 only games or something, because keep in mind, in the past, you didn't have downloads. You had a supply chain of discs and cartridges with no patches, no updates. And so if a game was good, like, probably everybody played it. And that was a shared experience. Just like if an album was good, everybody bought it. And that was a shared experience. But now there's so many types of experience and so many ways to experience it that nobody really finds out about anything, and everyone's in their own little world, I guess. So looking at it logically, I feel like that's what's kind of happened. It's not a bad thing, but it's just that there are no shared experiences as much anymore, and there's more choice. So everybody chooses a different choice, and there's no, like, commonality between what choice people make as far as a shared experience. My birthday is May 21st, so 05, 21, 1986. That's my birthday. It's a cusp for people that are really into the zodiac shit. You know, I'm on a cusp. I don't really put much stock in the astrology, but some people are really into it, and, you know, I can play the game too if people want to talk about it. But in any case, they will always be remembered. Una stamus, una pugnamus. Together we stand, together we fight. Through life and death. The pigs are going to pay for this. Where do we go from here? We only defeated them because of Cronus 13's ability. There must be other secrets we can unlock as a result. We don't have much time. It will only be a few days before the ESA can... Oh, that's cool that I cut it off like that without a... But anyway, yeah, that's just my thoughts on the state of gaming in 2022. And it's gonna get even shittier too, because what you're seeing right now is you're seeing GPU prices out of control, which means fewer and fewer people are going to be able to buy their own PC or use their own PC that would use something related to gaming or graphics. But the corporations, they're going to be pushing game streaming, such as Google Stadia, such as Game Pass, Microsoft. That's why Microsoft is buying out all these game companies. They're just buying them out, one after the other. And it's going to end up being where they control the ability to even play the games, and you're not really. It'll be like Netflix, where you don't really like buy the movie or own the movie. You are renting it. So you're renting games from a large corporation, in which the games will be streamed onto your shitty, Chromebook or whatever, and that will leave them with all the power to dictate how the game industry, well, what kind of games you make. They might say, we won't, just like Netflix. You can't just make your own like indie film and just have Netflix just give it to Netflix and have them upload it. It doesn't work like that. You have to have connections. You have to have somebody that can push it through for you, that it has a connection with that company, and it won't be. It's not, like the days of the internet just being free and open and here's my shit, download it and run it. It's like those days are coming to an end. It's all going to be walled garden approach, like a shitty app store where all you have is a whole bunch of little squares and icons, and all the icons and apps that paid the most for ads and had the most crony connections will show up at the top, and your little, like, maybe I can make it in this world project will be square at the bottom with not a good way to have it get noticed unless you pay for advertising, and which it's already kind of like that, but it'll go to a further degree, and that's what I see happening, and I don't like it, but whether we like something or not is out of our control as to whether that is going to be what will happen. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to adapt and change as quickly as possible to the changing conditions. But also trying to fight it too. I always fight for what I think it should be like, even if there's a 0% chance or a 5% chance. I'll try. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I know, and I think this music makes sense for the scene. I mean, I had a number of candidates, but I feel like this one made the most sense. It might be a little bit too, like, oh my god, what's happened and everybody's died. But it's a little heavy-handed on that, but I think it works. Yeah, no, they always say that. They always say they're going to preserve the legacy of whatever they fucking take over. But they never do. Think of one time. Just think of one time since you've been alive that a bigger company bought out a smaller company. Or two big companies merged. And then it got better. Then the product got better. The game got more soul to it. You know, the movies got, you know, more interesting. You know, the characters developed better. The gameplay was longer and cooler and more fun. No, it was always the opposite. It always got worse. When big companies buy out smaller companies, what they typically do is they're just trying to buy out the intellectual property. So they're trying to buy Call of Duty or Warcraft or Command and Conquer or Mass Effect or Fallout or anything that becomes a really big game. They're just trying to buy that out and so they can use it to make more money later. But then when the new product they make after they've recently taken over the company, typically what they do is they buy out the smaller company and then they liquidate all of the staff from that small company that was probably the best staff. The underappreciated writers or the underappreciated composers or whatever that really kind of gave the games their heart and soul. That's who they liquidate first. And then they will have people already that they will transfer the duties over to. And when that new person that wasn't involved in the original product's creation makes a new product of the same thing, it's obviously always worse. It might make more money, it might have better graphics, but there's like something special that made you want it a lot when you first played it, and then that quote-unquote magic about it is gone. Like, totally gone. Like there is no Final Fantasy game, for example, that I would ever want to play now. All of the new ones suck. You just play, it's like, I could try it, but I know that it sucks. Like, I try it, and then I'm like, wow, I just don't care about these characters. I don't care about this story. It's not interesting to me. But back in the early days, you know, that company had, the original people that founded these companies had passionate developers as the reason why these companies became successful in the first place. And then when they merged, maybe the people that started the company retired, and then when they merge, they liquidate certain key staff members that they don't think are key staff members, but it actually changes the formula, and suddenly the product is different. And you might know what to do to make more money with that formula, but just because you can use a formula to make money doesn't mean it's a better game. There's games that are really good games that didn't make a lot of money. There's lots of really good music that didn't make a lot of money, and a lot of good shows and a lot of good movies that didn't make a lot of money. But whether it's good or not is a separate issue from whether the formula is financially viable or not. Often, when you're trying to make something as financially viable as possible, as in maximum profit, it becomes a little more generic, because the thing you have to make in order to appeal to the greatest number of people possible, to make the most money possible, sacrifices specific characteristics, meaning, like, of any kind, meaning, like, it's like a Venn diagram of, you can't take risks with it, because the formula, if you take risks with it, the formula will change and it won't make as much money, but maybe it will stand the test of time. You know, because maybe there's a movie that doesn't make much money, but then 20 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, people are still talking about it, still watching it. Games are the same way. There's games that were made 30 years ago that people still play again, or get remade again. But why? And then there's other games that come out that look really good. Like you play it at the time, you really enjoyed it. After 6 months, you never want to touch it again. And then some you go back to again and again and again, year after year, for some reason. So that's kind of the dynamic I'm talking about. Is sometimes in order to make the most money, you actually have to make a relentlessly generic product that will not stand the test of time. You might have gotten your payout, you might have been able to cash out, but it won't last after a year or two. And so I kind of like to find the obscure diamonds in the rough that you can go back to like a few years later, or 10 years later, 20 years later, and it's still like well respected or whatever. But that's my point of view. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, and that's a good point too, dictating the storylines, because they want people to have a storyline that is where it teaches you a lesson to be very easily manipulated and controlled, or to think of things in a very narrow frame of mind instead of getting you to think, because they don't really want you to think. They want you to buy the product, they want to make a shit ton of money, and they don't want you asking questions, really. So that's how it works. And it sucks, but that's how it works. And also at the same time, because on the positive side of that, partially for non-nefarious reasons, the reason why it's gone in that direction too is because we're dealing with a global audience now. So anything you make is global. So what types of movies, what types of games, what types of creations have global appeal? They appeal to anyone in the entire world. That's why you see a lot of comic book movies. That's why you see a lot of action movies, generic, shitty action movies, because that type of stuff sells really well to an international audience. You can. It works in the United States. It works in China. It works in Japan. It works in the Middle East. It works in Europe, and that type of story works really well to sell a lot. But let's say you had like a really surreal, quirky, French film that was really good, but if you tried to sell that in China, it wouldn't work. If you tried to sell that in America, it doesn't work. Just like if you have some kind of really good movie that is really tied to American culture and you try to play it in other countries and they don't understand the cultural idioms of the movie, then it won't sell well there. And so they really engineer, it's a formula. They engineer it really to be as successful as possible financially on a global scale. And I get exactly why they do what they do, but there's something lost along the way. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. While they do that, while they succeed at bringing in the bucks, there's something that gets lost in the process. Yeah, so like if you take something like Star Trek, for example, of course Star Trek's moving in the wrong direction too, but it wasn't popular when it first came out. It didn't get very good ratings. It got canceled, and then it became wildly popular only 5 years later. And then over time it stood the test of time. So people still talk about it when it came out in the 60s. And it's 2022 now. I mean, if people keep talking about it in 2060 something, then that would mean a franchise has survived 100 years. I mean, that's insane if you think about it. The only other stuff that really lasts that long is long-running books like the Bible or something, So or famous works of literature or historical documents. But most stuff does not stand the test of time. It ends up being kind of like a passing fad when it comes out and then goes away forever. Or it simply doesn't get recognized at all. And that's that. But it's interesting to think about. I think there's a lot of different ideas. Sounds good. Have a good one. I think it's looking good. I like where this is going. I like where it's going. Now all we gotta do is build it. We gotta build the middle. The beginning is hard, the ending is hard, and the middle is, well, we can just keep making more middle. Some people probably have harder time with the middle, but for me it's the opposite. Middle, easy. I can just keep weaving the tail. The end, hard. Beginning, hard. Middle, easy. Or easier. It's not easy, but, you know. Pigs are gonna pay for this. Where do we go from here? We only defeated them because of Cronus 13's ability. There must be other secrets we can unlock. We don't have much time. It will only be a few days before the ESA cuts off all warp travel to this planet. We have to stop them. The summit is only in a few days from now. Regional powers will be invited to the summit. I know a Kanai admiral who might be able to provide assistance. You might want to move fast, and we might not have another chance. I'll depart immediately. What about the rest of us? How are we going to get to that summit? There's no way the pigs are going to let us get that close. Cronus 13 still has built-in ESA command codes. There must be a way. I think it works. I think it's working. I think the formula is working. But we just got to get it done. Okay. I'm feeling like I'm at my end point for today. I have to get back to all the other bullshit that I have to do today. But this was a good stream. I think we got a significant amount done. And I hope to have some free time this week to work on this story further before the next stream. So hopefully I'll have some more story bits after this scene ready for next Saturday, because we're behind schedule. We gotta get cracking if we're gonna make it on time. But anyway, I'm gonna take off.